Happy Friday! Let's get this show on the road, shall we? I'm here, and I'm ready to play some Ace Attorney. And I'm also gonna get some music going. There it goes. Okay, full disclosure. I have a little bit of a tummy ache. A little bit. But it's gonna be okay. Cause I'm gonna be fine. I have Gatorade because hydration is important. And I also have a sparkling water sorta, it's not Sprite, but it's lemon lime sparkling water. So it has less sugar than stuff. And I put mint in it, and I swear it looks like a cocktail. It's not. It's just got mint in it because mint is supposed to help with stomach aches. So we're doing all the stuff, and it's gonna be okay. I think it's probably a combination of like being in the heat and driving a lot. I did a lot of driving because I got a tattoo today of Little Miss Iba from AI the Somnium Files, which was super painful, but also super fun. But I had to drive a lot because there was a huge storm yesterday, and it was like knocking power lines out, trees are just down on a bunch of streets, and a lot of the roads around me ended up being closed, just like straight up closed, because like it was either too dangerous to drive because of downed power lines, or physically you could not get past the trees because they were just, littered everywhere. And they were like working to get stuff either scooted out of the way or even fixed. A lot of people I know are without power. And so, yeah, I had to take like detour upon detour upon detour that I also just had to like find for myself. Like I had to follow the compass within my heart because the GPS was like, fuck man, I don't know. So, and I already had to drive like over an hour just to go to this tattoo artist that I've been to before and I loved. So it was a lot of driving, and it was hot as hell because it had just rained and it was humid. And so probably a combination of that. Maybe I'm just tired. Maybe it was the adrenaline rush, and it was the come down from getting stabbed over and over and over and over again by a bunch of tiny needles. Who's to say? All I'm saying is I'm trying my best, and that's all I can give. But I hope y'all had a good Friday. I hope you guys are ready and excited for one of my favorite game series. And it feels really nostalgic in a way because it's kind of one of the games that I like started streaming with, because I think I was in the middle of my playthrough of Ace Attorney Investigations 2, and I totally legally acquired a fan translation of it, totally legally, and I played that on stream, and that's like, it's on my YouTube, but it's like, you wanna see like OG Bree? That's some OG Bree right there. Some you can see some upgrades here and there, but definitely still OG. I was in like the first year and a half or something of streaming, which is just kind of weird to think about. Anyway, I'm gonna put the warnings in chat as I always do, and my little Capamon's gonna say hi to me because I like it when she says hi to me. There's the Does the Dog Die link for Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, which is like the historical version, the prequels, if you will. And here are the warnings on screen. It's murder mystery stuff, so Ace Attorney includes blood and gore, visual and audio depictions. There is gun violence, there's animal death, there's death and suicide, there is alcohol and substance abuse stories, there is some domestic violence, some self-harm, some snakes, anxiety attacks, hospitals, bone breaking, hanging, suffocation, or just struggling to breathe. There's a burial alive situation. Because it's of the historical setting, there are some things that kind of come off very anti-Semitic and xenophobic. In fact, one of the prosecutors often refers to your defense attorney as Nipponese, which might have... It's not nipples. Oh my god, captions. That's worse. That's worse. That's actually worse. You'll see, but there's just a little bit of like, aha, England is better than Japan. basically is what, it's a little weird. There's unfortunately some fat jokes in there, which I always find fat jokes to be just very lazy humor, but unfortunately they're still alive and well in the year of our Lord 2023. There is some flashing lights and some shaky cam, and there should be some claustrophobic scenes that we can expect. But those are your warnings, and if you need them at any given point, I have many multiple ways that you can type a fun little command, either TW, CW, or just the full word warning into chat, with the exclamation point, of course, and you'll get linked to Does the Dog Die, where it will explain in detail what those are. That's really all I got to say, so I say we jump right in, and oh, one more thing. This game, I remember, has me, I'm gonna try to do character voices. They may, at this point, if you're watching on YouTube in like a sequence, because time is a liquid soup. Liquid soup. All soup is liquid, presumably. You know what I mean. It's just, blah, blah, blah. It blurs together. Some of the voices may change, because I often forget what voice I gave a character. And the other thing is, there are multiple times in this game where we're gonna be in court, and there's gonna be, I'm pretty sure I counted one time up to like 13 to 15 different people that I have to voice. So please bear with me if I run out of voices or give some people terrible voices or I give up and I just start speaking. I apologize in advance. That's my disclaimer. Okay, cool. Now I'm done. Now we will get into the actual gaming. Sound good? Alright, pull up my gaming scene, which should still have, y'all let me know too if it's like the sound is off. Oh, that seems to be good. Let me open up this window projector too so I can see it. Let me know if the volume is not good. Or even worse, if it's off sync. That would be sad. I'd be so sad. There we go, now I'm over here. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, which is a compilation of games. It was the, I think it was just, the first one was Great Ace Attorney, and then the second one, which we're starting today, is Great Ace Attorney 2, Resolve. So, I'm gonna take a little sip of my mint lemon lime soda. I know it sounds like a mojito, it's not. It has no rum, no actual lime in it, just flavoring. And the mint is very good. Oh, I'm getting dinged on my phone. All right. Hold on. I'm not gonna continue from this. I am gonna continue from this. Hold on, no. Where are we? Oh God, oh God. No. Back to the title, because I think this is just the end of the... No, I'm not. I want to return to the... It's been a minute. It's been a long time. Can y'all tell? Do I have to... I should select adventure. That's what I should do. There we go. That's what we want. Okay. Ooh. Do we get an anime cutscene? Are we starting off with a beautiful anime cutscene? Supposedly this one has some actual voice acting in it. Oh, it's not an anime cutscene. It's actually... Oh. Oh, that's right. Okay, so we...
Standing here in the bright sunshine.
Oh, it does have voice acting.
Looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer.
I did good things last game.
At this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court. Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned.
Aww.
And no one could have predicted what has happened.
Is that her dad?
Just 2 months. After arriving home.
Oh gosh. I find myself faced with another... Oh, okay, there's a pin and a... Oh. You, again? I thought she was like the first person...
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life.
Oh?
As a lawyer.
I saw liquid nitrogen
So
cool.
please, I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
Kazuma's dead. Well, that's why she would be that is why she would be asking a grave. That, I don't know why that. Ooh. Episode 1. The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. Kazuma died in the last game, and I was very upset about it because I got attached, like, immediately. Alright, August 13th, 8:26 a.m. The Supreme Court oh wait, this is Japan. Supreme Court of Judicature Defendants Antechamber 3. Here I am again after 9 months, the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Okay, so her dad is still alive. I think I gave him like a... I'm pretty sure I gave this man like a country accent. I'm gonna go with it. Also, Sasha, I'm sorry, I don't think I fully, like, addressed... I'm so sorry that the notifications are not... Is it, like, on Twitch, or is it, like, my Discord bot is not notifying you? Because I've also heard tell of people having some issues with Discord bots just, like, not doing a damn thing. Good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh, yes, good morning, sir. Sir, wait, is Mikatoba... I forgot... I should look at the history. I bet nope, that's... Do I have my court record already? Oh, don't turn auto on! No. But you look as white as a sheet, and those white eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous, I feel utterly nauseated. Struggle to get Discord notifications, but that's on your end, because in so many servers. See, I had to, like, I left a few, and then I had to, like, really reorganize my Discord. And I still don't think it's fully organized to the place where it's like, where I want it. But I know your pain. I definitely know your pain. Only time you had trouble with Twitch notifications is when smart notifications are enabled on Twitch's side. Smart notifications. What is the difference? I feel like I've not even seen... I should know this, but I don't. Or at least it's escaping me right now. I almost wish that I'd never been born. Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter. Okay, so it is... This is her dad. I was right. Eugene Mikatoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who earlier in his life traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic... Oh, Jesus Christ. We got bots in here, damn it! We got a bots in here! A man who earlier in his life traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. I actually don't know who's speaking right now. Oh! Well, I have to give her a very generic female voice. Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, yes! Yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. The smart part tries to detect if you're watching currently and will only use a browser pop-up if you're on a computer, for example. With it off, it just sends about, huh. I see, like, in theory that being cool, but also I definitely see where there's room for a lot of issues. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, the whole thing. Of course it is, darling. I've played an Ace Attorney game before. Ray Membami, born the same year as I and my greatest friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the University Research Laboratory helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial. Accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling all right? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh, my, well, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing.
Lesbians? Are these are they in lesbians with each other?
Sorry. And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful.
I ship it. I ship it.
Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am.
Wait, what do you mean she doesn't realize who what?
It would seem our little plan for this trial is gonna work.
Wait, what? Plan for the trial? Wait a minute, hold on. Hold on a minute, wait.
Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba?
If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax. We are disguised as a man, aren't we? We are disguised as a man. We're gonna be Kazuma, aren't we?
Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say. Or, as you say, Father. Father?
What? Is that you, Susanoo?
I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. It's just that...
No, what are you doing? What's going on? What?
That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge. Look at you! You look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yume University, a male student! I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see...
It was the only way, because she's a lady, and back in this time, lady lawyers weren't allowed, because we couldn't do anything with our tiny little lady braids, apparently. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial.
My defense? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden.
Wow, we're starting right off the bat with the sexism thing. This is... That's okay. I'm gonna get fired up.
Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susanoo, you'd go to such lengths for me. Of course, you're my greatest friend.
They're just gals being pals.
I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Ray. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, just because you're a woman... What a wretched reason!
Yep.
I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing.
I'm saying. I ship it.
Ray? Please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, it's just... You really do look so dashing.
She's having a moment. This is her awakening right now.
Yes, you mentioned that once or twice.
You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man.
I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. Oh, it's not gonna be perfectly. That right there is like, she probably did something that she wasn't supposed to. Is it murder? No, it's unlikely. But is it something that's probably either not legal or just like looked down upon? Probably. Like a lie. She has a lie that she has yet to come clean about. I feel it in my heart. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence. Which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end of this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susato.
Defendant, counsel! Court is about to begin. This is my generic bailiff voice. Proceed to the courtroom at once. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty.
Oh. Stand aside! I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast.
Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom and with no prior experience of being a lawyer.
There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But Father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't... Oh my gosh, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this.
Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that.
And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case, is it also because she's a woman? Is it really because of who the victim was?
Oh. We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student.
Thank you, Father. I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. Because her dad was sick, which is why I thought the grave she was talking to was her dad's. I was like, oh my god, did he die? How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder? Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. It's the tutorial case, so we'll be okay, I think. I don't want to get my friend sentenced to death, that's all. Of course. Oh god. This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Minbari. Ouchie! What voice do I give him? I have to give him like a really annoying one.
The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency.
She looks so cute! Oh my god! Look at her! She's adorable!
Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready.
Ready!
Yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryotaro Naruhodo. Is that correct?
Sorry?
Oh yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you in this little venture. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind.
Ha 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 ha! We are impersonating him.
Well, counsel?
Yes, that's right. That's me. Yes, I am Ryotaro, he who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan.
It seems Ryotaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first, and not to overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and actually, no, that's pretty spot on, because that's exactly how he acted in his first case, too.
Naruhodo?
A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be... Wait, Ryotaro... Wait, hold on. Ryonosuke... Wait, oh, maybe he was, like, mixing them together. There it is. There it is. I had the name wrong. I knew it sounded familiar, but then just off. You may be thinking of Ryonosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is, Hey, his cousin! That's right, Ryotaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. Any of them! What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy.
How dare you! Susanoo is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her. Girl, you better shut your damn mouth. Hey, he's got the prosecutor's badge on his little armband. I have it tattooed on my leg now. on my Charlie Ace Attorney tattoo. Oh, please be careful, Ray.
What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not.
Ugh, I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are want to flit. Eyes are want to flit.
The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire. Just like that trial 9 months ago, and yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me. Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense.
Otherwise known as to give the tutorial.
To determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now.
And after 9 months, he has been birthed into a fully fledged lawyer.
The same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying
Oh, I forgot he was... What was he a student of? Architecture or something?
For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy.
So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? Alright, it's time to prove myself. Just gotta do the same thing. Yes, Your Excellency, but please do make them simple.
Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim.
Whew, that is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried.
What's the matter?
Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are want to blank.
It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances.
Oh dear, this is a dismal failure.
Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem.
Of course, the court record.
Never forget the court record.
Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record.
That's right. Just use the R button to open the court record. This is a totally normal thing to say to each other about buttons. Then you need to flip to the people section with R. And don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely. Alright, check the court record with R, and that's where the information I need will be. Cool, I'm checking it now. Post-mortem report. Time of death just after 2 p.m. Death is believed to be due to trauma to the victim's lung from a knife blade. Only a single wound was identified. I'm actually gonna look at this right now. Victim Giselle Brett. Oh. She was the killer in the other one, or... I think she was the killer in the other one, actually. She was one of, like, the first, like, enemies, I guess. Time of death, August 11th around 2 p.m. Ascertained by examination and witness statements. Is watching you exit reality to press the button.
Good to see you, Cloud.
Good to see you, Austinator. I loved your nails that you posted in the Discord. Those are so fun. They, like, and I love the I have square nails on right now, but they look really good. I hope you're excited for your parade? Is it a parade? You said it was a parade, right? Judge is watching you exit reality to press a button. Absolutely. I can just create a little pocket dimension where all my little court record stuff is going. I'm so fucking excited for you. All right. Ascertained by examination, the second page says cause of death: single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Notes: extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim was observed in the victim in both eyes. I don't know why that was difficult for me. Meiosis. Pupil constriction. That seems like a drug. It's more like a march, but close enough. March, parade, context, I guess? Either way, it sounds like a good time. Make sure you stay hydrated. Okay, I have to go to people. Yes! Her! She was awful, actually. 9 months, she was found guilty of the murder of the... Oh, I thought my eyes, like, eyes are wont to flit. Cell division, and gamete cells. The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. That's... I don't remember shit from my biology class, so... Oh, I guess... Homophones? I don't remember my freaking elementary grammar either. I read this as she was found guilty of visiting Professor Dr. John... Like, my brain, I don't know, skipped over the murder, but the murder of the visiting Professor Dr. John Wilson. So yes, she is a convicted murderer. Takatsuchi Ouchi. I know, like, a fun factoid somewhere about the Takatsuchi part. Obviously, Ouchie is a joke because Ouchie and, like, the line that he obviously starts. The pain line, Winston Pain, Gaspin Pain, all those. I think Takatsuchi also is something in... It's like a pun sort of in Japanese, but I can't remember what the thing is. The lead prosecutor of this case, who appears to be struggling to accept the changes afoot as a result of these turbulent new times in Japan, the Meiji era. Rei Bimbami. She's 16. She's so little. My best friend, who works as an assistant to my father in his laboratory at the Imperial Yume University. She's the defendant in this case. And Mikatoba, a medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University. He's authority in forensic medicine, in charge of the university's laboratory. He also happens to be my father. Cool. So the victim is Giselle Brett. I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case? Giselle Brett.
Yes!
Yes! And she raises her hand just like he did. The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett.
I'm gay.
Slap, I'm gay. Mitosis, but I've always called it mitosage. That's fair. Giselle Brett. A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you'll be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why, then, is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. Which was actually more like a year ago, at least for me, for us in this world. But if it's proven hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record. Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett, behind the woman student persona, was the face of a killer. Queen Victoria herself. Oh my god. 9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Brett. Is it Josiah? I just realized that I'm probably totally butchering that name. Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. And it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, kind of like Watson, haha, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, oh wait, that is the judge. I was doing the wrong voice, and that's what happens when you don't give people name cards. Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student. Oh, he was an English student. Duh. I don't know why I thought he was studying architecture. I think it's because Phoenix studied art before he went to law. And I was blending the stories by the name... Oh, sorry, that's not... By the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm already getting them mixed together, and there wasn't even that many characters. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense. And exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Josiah Brett. I'm gonna say Josiah Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. I remember that! I was like, why though? And it just never really got...
Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead.
Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board of a steamship.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed.
Only the day before? I just thought of... Now, I'm not saying she deserved it, but God's timing is always right. That's terrible. That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency, over the first hurdle. Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Auchi.
As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August in broad daylight.
Pretty.
On the outskirts of the imperial capital under a bright blue sky at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung, an injury which proved fatal. There were 2 persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett, in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Membami. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady.
Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say.
That's certainly true. Prosecution's summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about...
Well, why don't we start with a powerful motive, being as that is like the most vague thing.
You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement.
Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand?
I guess that was incorrect. Maybe I'm really out of practice on this. I beg your pardon.
No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Minbami-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe.
Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that the defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear. Now another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then?
Oh, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson.
Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago. Oh, the plot is thickening. Here it goes. Watch it thicken.
The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true?
Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man.
Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him.
Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done, a powerful hatred. Oh no, Ray, be careful what you're saying.
Yeah, don't just like... I hated her! I hated that bitch! She deserved to die!
The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency.
Well, it was clearly a trap all along.
How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up on the prosecution counsel on what he said about
being alone together.
Minbami-san. Yes, what is it, sir? Naruhodo-san.
I'm really starting to wish we'd made my alias Ryotaro Susato.
Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place. And why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett, for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all.
Because they probably didn't want the detective watching her change in the bathing suit hut thingy.
But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman...
Whoa, I don't know what the fuck I was trying to say there. Why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn.
It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life.
No!
Because, as we know, The following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again.
Kindly refrain from conjecture, Counsel. The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. Provocative. But for now, at least we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you. Oh dear, this is really terrifying. But Father's right, we need more information. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up on the prosecution counsel on what he said about the bathing spot. If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie.
What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student?
I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot.
Huh, my apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind.
What?
Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins.
No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? And honestly, I just kind of took that on its face because Ace Attorney is Ace Attorney. But that's a fair point. Like, wait, whoa, hold on. Why is she on vacation? She's a murderer. She killed people. With a gun. In the diner.
For old time's sake, I believe.
Sorry? For old time's sake? That's his fucking rebuttal to that?
Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply.
But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal.
Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I.
In any case, it was the government! In any case, it was decided... Fuck, I already lost the voice.
It was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong.
But in fact, a murder took place.
I said don't look at me! It was that young student girl who did it, not I!
No one has proved that yet. I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing the murder of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Poor Ray.
So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident.
Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. The real tragedy is that fucking hat. I can't. That thing is ugly.
As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden.
There's plenty of places they could have hidden. The court will accept this photographic print as evidence. Yay! As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence.
Witnesses? But who?
One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt.
Bring on the witnesses. Very well then, counsel. Bring forth your witnesses. That's what I just said, kind of. You do have your witnesses here in court today, don't you, Ouchie?
Takatsuchi-ku-
Fuck, damn it, I ruined the moment. I was gonna do it like really... Take two. We're gonna pretend this is the first time.
I, Takatsuchi Aochi, have been waiting for this moment.
Sorry.
Oh yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse. When that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me.
Oh, I forgot.
Ah! Ryunosuke Naruhodo!
What? Yes?
This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten.
You've become conceited with age, counsel. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. Why did you have to die? You were like so quickly my favorite, and then you. Oh, where did my audio go? It's out. Wow. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. So cool. Oh no, my hair!
Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls.
What? Is that real?
Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died.
The start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, counsel?
Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head.
There's been a what?
Observe the ouchie growth!
I really don't want to hear about the ouchie growth. I really do not.
You see this seed of hope sprouting forth the barren expanse of my crown.
I'm sorry, I can't take this serious. Are you serious right now, bro? I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something.
I'm afraid I can't really see where
is the hope exactly? And silence! This man is, he's for real.
Today I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned.
Oh my god.
With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand.
It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this charge. Are you cannot be serious. You cannot be serious that you think that the seed of hope sprouts forth on his fucking, I would call it a forehead, but it's kind of just like all one like continuous. I just hit my ear. Did you guys see that? I'm an embarrassment. The prosecution and the defense each has much to lose. A haircut is hardly comparable to race life. Yeah, actually. Thank you. Oh, I remember you guys. Oh god, I also remember that one of their voices like really hurt my throat because I gave him like a really. I'll continue to try though.
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected.
I don't remember his voice. But I remember him being like an Edgar Allan Poe kind of character. I guess I don't want to give him the same voice as Ouchie, but I feel like it had the same vibe. Whatever.
And I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact, yes.
Oh god, there's a photographer.
Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat, a sensational success by Sosuke Natsume.
Oh my goodness.
Struggling student from the provinces, please. You needn't be in awe of me. I needn't. It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence, but all of you, please, relax. Call me Sosuke even.
Yes. What on earth is Sosuke-san doing here? Tread carefully, Susudo. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this'll be over before it's begun. Yes, of course. I know. I presume Sosuke-san won't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. He's got a little turtle on his head, I just realized. Do I have something on my face? Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. I suppose it's this disguise, isn't it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Sosuke-san?
Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less.
At Yume University?
After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with the researcher from the medical science department. The professor over there, in fact.
With Professor Mikatoma? Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who'd studied in Great Britain.
Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snapshot, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies.
Thank you very much. He practically threw that paper at me. Okay, that's the article. A newspaper containing an article about a discussion between my father and Sosuke-san. The debate became quite spirited.
Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words.
As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course.
At which utterance the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as the detective accompanies her.
That detective I'm at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga.
Thereby the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems.
It was extremely challenging to clear all of the members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But fortunately, I'm at peak physical fitness at the moment, so... This is why his voice hurts me, because the man has, like, consumption or some shit, and I'm trying to give the voice of a dying man, basically. I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Oh my, Inspector, well, you do have something on your face now. How unsightly, I do apologize. Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father? No, fortunately I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Okay, see, now I'm coughing, Jesus.
Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret.
Very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Same, buddy. Of course, Your Excellency.
Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret I am.
Witness testimony! Here we go.
On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in that disguise, or in this disguise.
I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me.
I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question.
Yes. That young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, and she stabbed wildly.
I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times.
Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses were present, saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime.
What?
Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence.
What have you there, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it?
Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength,
she wrote the name of the killer. God damn it, I swear.
the victim clutched a piece of a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer.
What?
Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more.
Ah, goodness me. Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. Well, rigor mortis will do that too. Definitely need hydration for this man's voice.
That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency.
Ah! The owner's initials have been engraved on the ebonite barrel. R.M. Ray Membami. She wasn't stabbed with a pin, though. The initials of the defendant. This is shaky. This is shaky evidence at best. Homeboy said damning. I don't think you know what that word means. This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence. Okay.
So, have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel.
I don't understand. The prosecutor ouchie of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise.
Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san.
Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes, me!
Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom?
Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom.
Cousin Ryotaro, pull yourself together, please.
All right, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. Let's see what I can do. Let's see how out of practice I am. The witness scene.
Hold it!
In that jaunty disguise.
Correct.
Wait, no. I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn this swimsuit for a tip of the ocean. It's tried and tested. Do what must be done to keep the Englishwoman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day. And this tried and tested outfit was the answer. Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of a detective's job. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface. Mr. Turtle! Mr. Turtle loves the water! But there was no need for you to blend into the background on this assignment, really, was there?
If that made you late arriving on the scene, I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong.
Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment. How about you, buddy? Catch that crab.
Hold it!
You're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Soseki-san. In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. Kya! Or the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describing things so. Soseki-san wasn't at all like this in England. Anyway, I spun around at the noise and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze. Yes, the beach hut.
The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun.
Although the Englishwoman commandeered the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change into my swimwear on the sand. I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you. Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut at around... Or, in more literary terms, I decrabbed and beetled off hutwise.
Hold it!
Wait, by pair, you don't mean to say... But how could that be?
No, you misunderstand. Obviously, I meant the victim and the defendant, Rei Mamami-san.
Oh, it would have been helpful if you could have just said that from the outset.
If you jump to conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes.
Dear me, pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish, very foolish.
It really was an outside chance. I just wish I'd realized that before I said something silly.
So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut?
Well, it was a sorry sight. A really grisly scene. I parted the northern curtain hanging in the doorway and stepped inside only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand. Actually, same, buddy. My glasses were very nearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes.
How thoroughly appalling.
Ugh, he doesn't appear to be lying here. Well, Soseki-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hosonaga is saying, I wonder?
Ah, you'd like a literary man's opinion.
Hold it!
Dagger in hand as she stabbed wildly. Stabbed wildly? You actually saw her do it?
Oh, indeed.
A terrible spectre! The terrapin inspector! The bloody torrent! The author's torment! Eek! Every sight and every sound is still carved in my melancholy memory. That was my impression, at least, as a future literary sensation.
Counsel, what on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream?
Oh, no, what are you insinuating? I'm as manly a Japanese man as you.
I wonder if I might interject here, Soseki-san. Something you said is troubling me. That was my impression, were your words just now, I believe.
Oh? So, do you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you described? Homeboy's tweaking.
No, I mean, yes, I know what I saw.
My ears didn't deceive me when I heard that scream, hence my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper serial.
It sounds as though the next installment of I'm a Cat may take a macabre turn.
I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your author friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become.
Oh dear, how awkward. Well. Saw blood on the hold on. Saw blood on the blade. I want to make sure I don't accidentally hit present. I want to examine it. Where is the blade? Also, I want to read this. Oh, Jesus. Oh, the kitty! I forgot what the kitty's name was! Oh, shit. Oh, it was so cute, too. It was like a really, really cute cat. Wagyu or something? It wasn't Wagyu. That's like the meat. That's definitely not what it was. I can't remember the name. Can I go to the peoples? I'm gonna press.
Hold it!
She was stabbed multiple times. How can you be so sure of that?
Very simply, from the blood on the blade.
The blood?
When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air.
Yes, that's right. I saw it too.
Oh. And I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point. In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived on the scene.
Yes, that's right. I saw it too.
And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand too. All of which means I can be sure the victim did not die instantly.
But happened in minutes.
Yes, right. I saw it too. Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese.
I wonder how that actually sounded in the Japanese version of the game, but I don't know if it would actually make any kind of sense to me. I'm breaking open the Gatorade now.
The logic of your argument is sound, at least. Well, as I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly.
Well, you suck at it. No, I'm just kidding. Well, I'm only kind of kidding.
Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly. That's just my personal opinion, of course.
Ooh! Burn! Yeah, just kind of got you there, though. Counsel, you will refrain from mocking the witness.
Oh no, I just have so many thoughts swirling around in my head. It's all I can do to stand here, wide-eyed and mute.
Goodness, my dear, you really must try to calm down.
But how am I supposed to find an inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have any reason to lie.
What you must remember, I think, is that witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons, a misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion, even.
Ah, a delusion.
What's important is that we determine the truth, and there's only one sure way to do that.
Yes, with evidence, of course.
Spoken like a true Spoken like a true judicial assistant.
Jeez.
During witness testimony, you can use the R button to pick a piece of evidence to present for consideration. So you need to listen carefully to each statement and compare what's said to the details in the court record. If you find some conflicting information, that may be the inconsistency you're looking for.
Yes, it's all about inconsistencies.
Once you've identified a witness's statement that appears to conflict with a piece of evidence, present the evidence to the witness with X, and the way ahead will present itself to you, I'm sure.
Yes, all right then. I'll consider the details of all the evidence in the court record against each statement to find an inconsistency. I hope I'm up to the task.
Don't forget that you can have the witnesses repeat their statements as many times as you like. Everyone has to start at the beginning, remember? So those wide eyes are quite forgivable. And besides, there's no one else to defend the poor girl. You're right. I need to listen to the testimony again from the start. I think... Just managed to catch that crab, suddenly heard a caterwaul. I am going to present the photo on his... Because I don't see a blade. Wait, no, it's wrong. Hold on. Go back. Run it back. Oh wait, no, it's still good. Saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. She was not stabbed multiple times. She was stabbed once. One deep stab. Because it says right here, single deep stab wound from behind. So that's wrong.
Objection!
Objection! With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san had stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed.
What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Counsel?
I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Who? What? Where? When? How? Not you, Soseki-san. The query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. At me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, Counsel. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. Ah. In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony, yeah, do the point, is clearly flawed. And Soseki-san? Me? You claim to have seen Minbabi-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes, I did, wildly. But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and... It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there is no way that... Goodness gracious. There's no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. Ah, true! Then what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. Which, I guess if she was already dead, it doesn't really matter, but if she wasn't already dead, it would probably be worse, because that's the exit, and that exit wound is, that's bad. That can't be! Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them with that objection and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Objection! Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in the trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show.
You're right. There were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who was only half a head of hair.
Ooh! Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference.
What? Why not?
Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. Ah. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance.
Wow, they really just did the same animations. Seeing this guy makes me think of the Phoenix Wright version of the boot to the head skit. I don't think I'm familiar with that boot to the head. What is that? I am in agreement with the prosecution. I haven't. I have not. I feel... Am I missing out? Am I missing out on something? Wouldn't be the first time. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. But... Goodness gracious. But if she was withdrawing the blade...
Then we are back where we started.
Sorry?
Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent, as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim, and with the demon's cold-blooded composure, too? The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good.
Why did Ray pull out the knife?
Ah, yes, going for the jugular.
What does father mean by that?
Let the court hear your answer then, counsel.
The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here. We don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could... save her life? I mean, that's probably what she was thinking. Although it's kind of not a great plan. But I guess... if we're working on the assumption that she was going with instinct, I think the first thing any person who with a kind heart or in like reasonable like, I'm going to have to grab links to the original and the Phoenix Wright version because they're slightly different, but both are ridiculous. I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited to see this. I'm gonna say save her life because that's probably. I think brain just went. There's a knife stuck in that person. Knives are not supposed to be stuck in people. I have to remove it. Oh, I'm watching this. Wait, here, I'll, let's see. I'll even do... we're gonna go to my just chatting screen again. And we'll, I'll do the react content, if you will. Let's see if I can do this. Let's see. Oh gosh. Okay, I think I got it. I might have to change my screen here for a second. Okay. Hold on, I think it's like... It's... Well, maybe it'll work if I... I'm gonna fix the screen. Because it's... at a weird aspect ratio. Okay. I'm gonna cover the chat temporarily, I'm sorry.
I'm indeed pleased to see that everyone is present. As the executor of Mr. Muldoon's estate, I have been empowered to read to you his last will and testament. I, Arthur Durham Muldoon, being of sound mind and body...
Ah, that's a laugh.
do hereby divide up my considerable estate as follows. To my overly emotional sister, Jenny.
He's talking about you, dear.
Who grubbed for every penny she could get and then cried crocodile tears when I needed sympathy. What? To Jenny, I bequeath a boot to the head. And one for her wimpy husband, Chester.
That's all the thanks I get.
No, there is more. Still, you are my sister, and since you've always admired my Rolls Royce,
This is more like it.
I bequeath another boot to the head. And one more for the wimp.
Oh my god! He's just.
Next, to my alcoholic brother Hedge,
I don't want no boot to the head.
who has never worked a day in his drunken life.
I'm covering my head.
I bequeath 3 crates of my finest whiskey.
Really?
And a boot to the head.
And a boot to the head.
Jenny and the Wimp. And finally to Mrs. Mulroy,
Oh, I don't want nothing.
who took
Oh, I
care
don't
of
want
me
nothing.
many years, who brought me tea and made me laugh.
Oh, it was a pleasure, honestly.
To Mrs. Mulroy, I bequeath a boot to the head. And finally, to my catnip, I bequeath my entire, vast boot to the head. And I leave my entire estate to the people of Calgary so they can afford to move someplace decent.
Is that it?
Is that all?
And one for Jenny and the Wimp.
One for Jenny and the Wimp. Oh my god. That was funny. There's the Phoenix Wright one that looks like it's next to it. Should I, or if you want, you could drop it in the Discord. Oh, there's the Phoenix Wright one. Okay. Then let me get that one real quick. Like.
As the executor.
Oh, hold on. I gotta change my thing again. I think it's still this one.
Stretch! This one's a 16:9 aspect ratio. Ah.
A boot to the head.
Of Mr. Muldoon's estate, I have been empowered to read Mr. Muldoon's last will and testament.
Well, get on with it. The bar's open soon.
Oh, poor dear Arthur.
Oh my god.
There, Jenny. God, how predictably boring.
I never worked for a kinder man.
If we are all seated, I shall proceed with the reading.
I knew it.
They picked
I,
exactly
Arthur
like the
Durham
right
Muldoon,
people for
being of
this.
sound mind and body,
That's a laugh.
do hereby
could
divide
tell.
up my considerable estate as
Canadian radio
follows.
comedy group
To
from the
my
60s.
overly emotional sister,
It looked
Jenny,
pretty 70s to me.
Jenny, darling, he's talking about us.
who grubbed with her husband Hank, grubbed for everything they could get from me, and then cried crocodile tears when I needed sympathy.
What?
To Jenny, I leave a boot to the head.
A what?
Jenny, are you okay?
And another boot to her wimpy husband Hank.
Ow!
But still, you are my
Wow.
sister. You have both admired my Rolls Royce, and since I no longer need it,
Oh, dear Arthur, he's too kind.
I bequeath another boot to the head.
What?
And one more for the win. Next to my alcoholic brother,
Hey, I don't want no boot to the head.
to dear Hedge, who has never worked a day in his drunken life,
I'm covering up my head.
This
I
is
leave
really.
my wine cellar and 3 crates of my finest whiskey.
Really?
And a boot to the head.
I'm
And another for Jenny
gonna
and the
start
win.
quoting this regularly.
Next, to my know-it-all nephew Ralston,
This is so predictable.
I leave a boot to
This
the
is
head.
so predictable.
I knew it.
And one for Jenny and the Wimp. This takes care of family obligations. And now to Mrs. Mulroy,
Oh, I don't want nothing.
who took care of me faithfully.
I'm kinda
these
shocked that they didn't
many,
use Old
many
Bag for that.
years, Who cared, made me laugh, brought me tea.
Oh, I didn't mind.
To Mrs. Mulroy, I bequeath a boot to the head. And one for Jenny and the Wimp.
Oh!
And so to
They
my
really
cat
did a good job
mittens, I
animating
leave
this.
my entire vast boot to the head. And finally, to my lawyer, who has helped me on this will, I leave not a boot to the head, but a rabid Tasmanian devil to be placed in his trousers. Oh! And I leave my entire estate of $10 million to the people of Calgary so they can afford to move somewhere decent.
Oh my god.
Is that it?
That's it?
That's disgraceful.
There's one last thing for everyone.
Cover your heads, everybody.
Oh god.
I leave everyone a lifetime supply of ice cream.
Ice cream.
Ice cream.
Ice cream, that's all?
That's all.
Well, what flavor is it?
Boot to the head.
Okay. I'm gonna quote that on a regular basis now. I absolutely am going to quote that on a regular basis. That was amazing. Boot to the head. Thank you for sharing that with me. Yes, it's like it's almost like, I don't want to say formulaic, but like it definitely follows like the pattern of, I guess, comedy. It's like, oh, okay, the joke is the boot to the head, but it's just like delightful. It's delightfully stupid, you know? Okay, boot to the head. Let's get a, oops, I hit the wrong button. That's the right button. Let's get a boot to the head for freaking Ouchie. Alright, I'm gonna save her life, I think. Or said she's gonna try to save the lives.
According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant.
It's predictable, the joke is always the same, but it's so fun. That's, yeah. Boot to the head. And then a boot to the head.
That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer.
The point is, being a medical research assistant, Minbami-san was compelled to act when faced with a wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life.
Yeah. Did you ever consider that?
And did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel.
Indeed.
Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may.
Speak, witness.
I would like another opportunity to testify in respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the Yokel Defense Council, I mean.
Oh, damn. Slipshod assertion.
Slipshod?
An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense.
They're gonna they're gonna talk about the exit wound. They're gonna talk about how you can't pull the knife out. It's actually worse. I know they are. I feel it. I feel it coming. I feel it approaching on the horizon. Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the Defense Counsel's assertion.
Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. Along with Mr. Turtle. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor.
Yeah.
Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yes, think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see.
Ha! This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it.
Have you done that, sir?
Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see. or pulled a blade out of a wound, so...
Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit.
Father, is it true what they're telling me?
Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways.
But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett?
I don't know.
Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... could my friend actually have...
Susato!
Yes?
Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here.
Ah.
Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards.
I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard.
Hold it!
You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you use due care and attention, it would be all right?
I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it.
Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation.
You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath.
Ugh.
Back to the witness testimony, please.
Hold it!
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here.
Which is...
clearly the defendant, Raymond Bami-san, does not possess an ounce of... Oh, honey, no. Oh, honey.
What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba? I'm not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense.
Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer.
I don't know young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it.
Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing.
Oh dear, that recoiled on me rather badly. You just called her, you guys basically called your client stupid.
That's life, I'm afraid, a lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Bami-san would certainly have been aware of it. I need to look at it again. Piercing a lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Maybe she knew it was piercing the lung, or... I can't examine that further. I can examine this further. I can't examine the pin further. I don't know. Okay, well, I'll just keep going.
Hold it!
But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently.
I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally.
Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Girlie, whose side are you on? Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Yeah. Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Mbami-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant.
Objection!
And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law.
Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings.
With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused.
So do I. Oh. Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please. Why? Ah yes, Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Mimbami-san.
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Mimbami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Mimbami-san's abilities. Clearly the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Susto, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals? Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail, too. Ah. I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom, so if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help. Examine the evidence in the court record. It's an idea, certainly. What should I do? I know what to do. Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail with the A button, which I know exists in my pocket dimension as I enter the court record. Ah, by the look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue. Yes, I'll do it straight away. Can I examine the pen now? Because I couldn't before. It legitimately would not let me. Ah ha ha ha! See, now I can examine it. And it was not letting me before. Oh my gosh, they even drew her like a little disguised sprite portrait. She does look very dashing and gallant. There's some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't a Yume University one. It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray. Haha! And now it's been updated.
Oh, hello, Midna. Are you coming to say hello to everybody? Come here.
You wanted attention! Come here. Come here. Come here. You just wanted me to look at you, huh? Look, pet me with your eyes, not your hands! The RM initials here are very clearly engraved, the RM initials are very clearly engraved here. And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message, too. To identify her killer, you mean? I don't think there could be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case. Can I undo the cap? If
If we take off the pin's lid... Nothing appears obviously out of the ordinary here, does it? Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? What the fuck? This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink. Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib. Is something wrong, Father? Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all. Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. Okay, so that was significant enough for them to update the court record, so... Is that it? That must be it. I'm trying to think, like, that's clearly a piece of evidence to present, but... I don't know what statement to present that on. Oh, I can inspect this further now. This is the newspaper from Soseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive! Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Damn it. From Yume's Medical Research. Father, isn't that your lab? What the? Let me see that.
Oh, hello, Midna. Are you finally coming to say hi? Are you finally coming to say hi to everybody? Mwah. What are you doing? Mwah. Begging for attention now? Mwah. I need some good kitty snuggles, actually. Yeah. Mwah. You're so soft. I just want to snuggle. Alright. Go eat. I know you have food. I see it in your bowl. Go eat.
What the? Let me see that! The poison's been stolen! It's this morning's paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? As embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there? It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I'd put Ray in charge of the project. Oh, don't say that. Ray, she was managing it. If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it. We need to read this article very carefully. Oh no! Rocky's England returnees tell all. This is the interview with you and Soseki-san, is it, Father? It looks as though it was quite an exchange. Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt. Youch. Are there any other articles that I need to be made aware of? I'm rotating this in like the worst way. It seems to be it. Can I examine the poison article now? Exclusive deadly poison. Following a lecture at Yume by Soseki Natsume on the 11th of August, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils before or prior to death, which is exactly what was noted in the post-mortem report. It's not really an autopsy report because they weren't really conducting the autopsies. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Cool! Let's develop bioweapons! Whee! I'm gonna examine this one more time. Around 2 p.m. Doesn't really give me anything else. It just says that she has constricted pupils. Oh gosh, I don't know what. Wait, what was the last statement?
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Mbambi-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, and the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. That doesn't give me anything.
I'm skipping. I'm not sure what's... This is really sad, because, like, this is the first... I should not be having this much trouble. Although, I will say, I'm pretty sure they did make these games slightly harder than the OG, like, Ace Attorney games. Without thinking... So sense ought to know... There's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Except... the poison? I'm gonna try to... I think it's this.
Objection!
Okay, the music stopped, which means it's correct.
No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound.
What?
Ha! The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified?
It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial Yume unit.
Objection!
Ooh.
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. But...
Prosecutor Ouchie, you will let the defense speak.
But a newspaper article. The court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry.
Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion.
Your Excellency!
Yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says... deadly in tiny quantities, I think is what it was. Because it was the second part. Yeah, even the smallest amount entering the body, either via mouth or via the wound from poison, lace blade would, yep, deadly in tiny quantities, that's what it was. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting? If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Mbambi-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. But then she was the only one that knew about the poison being stolen, and then it's gonna point right back at her. But it's okay. We're gonna keep having these little turnarounds. It's how it goes. It's fine.
Objection! This is complete and utter nonsense.
Not at all. You get a poke to the head. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility.
Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document.
Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Objection! Oh, please! This is clearly desperation, the weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway.
In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense.
Exactly! Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, yokel?
Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What?
You can't possibly...
The pupils. It was in the pupils. It was in her eyes. From your expression, counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in the modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency, I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times, from my place at his side in the Old Bailey. In that case, counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article?
Take that!
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, "Extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim." Ah. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death.
Well...
Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was an extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes.
What are you doing, you yokel detective?
In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death.
What?
If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely. Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree. This is a very compelling evidence.
You, yokel student and yokel professor!
Yokel professor? Homeboy's mad. Homeboy's real mad. I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
No!
Yujin Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the Let me try that again. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in the newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency.
Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Huh, listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads it reads of it in the newspaper.
I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision.
Father.
A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees.
That's totally unfounded.
Oh?
Who's speaking? The plot dummy thickens! None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault.
Ray. Minbami-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated.
But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
What?
So you knew. I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Soseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
She felt bad. I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So, I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was.
The thief? You don't mean...
Yes, of course. It was that dainty English woman.
Miss Josiah Brett.
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison.
Well, now whatever do you mean?
And then she suddenly got to her feet before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor.
Somebody stabbed her from the chair, I'm guessing? Maybe? We'll figure it out.
That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you realized that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I had been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back.
And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade.
Yes, if the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time.
Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end.
Thank you. Your Excellency.
It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here. In this courtroom now.
Objection!
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Minbami-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed.
Well,
You have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection! But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you?
Oh, he's about to pull out some other bullshit.
Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive.
What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Auchi.
Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student. What? I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought this on yourself.
What the?
Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. For it shows the precise moment that Nambami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back.
No, that's not true. No. I don't believe it. Order! 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 Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice is yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature.
What an asshole. Like, he really sucks.
I'll show you who's slow to mature.
Careful now. Susato is starting to show her face here. It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence.
It's pretty incriminating.
I can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time. It's such a stark image, I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Ray.
Objection! That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
I feel like it's very important.
Oh, objection!
That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once.
Well, I'm afraid I can't do that.
Pardon?
You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown.
Goodness, that's a little, that seems shady. Are we to understand then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believed it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. Because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor! What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses.
But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but...
the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings.
Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, I'm sorry, that was too British. We have no means of verifying the claim, and the scene it captures is without the scene it captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear. Oh no. Susato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim.
Yes, we just need to prove that somehow. You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Taketsuchi Ouchi in the court of law.
If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. Well, counsel. Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph, and the truth is... I have the answer!
The killer took it. That's what they want me to say, right? They want me to say that the killer took it? This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with some answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal.
What? No! You can't possibly! But as you so boldly claim that you can, please, do enlighten us.
Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name.
How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe you could...
However, I'm able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity, and it's the pen with their initials on it. Very well then, counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer? The pen!
Take that!
The piece of evidence in question is this! Except it's wrong, because she's not confident and the music didn't stop. Which means I'm wrong. Oopsies. Is it? Is it though? I'm afraid, counsel, that when presenting evidence, you must learn to temper those wide, nervous eyes. I'm obliged to penalize you for the lack of focus in both your eyes and your answer. Damn it. Ah, I got a penalty! It's my first penalty! Ah!
Would you care to squeeze your head in your hands again, counsel? To punish yourself for presenting such utterly irrelevant evidence?
Ugh. I'll squeeze my head as many times as it takes to win this trial, Your Excellency. May I? You may present another piece of evidence, but no more squeezing, counsel. Which piece of evidence claims reveals something about the identity? I'm gonna look at this real quick. It has to be the other photograph, right? Because there has to be a hole. There's a hole in the wall. Or something. It's this one?
Take
that! Just kidding. I suck at this. Oh, shit. Wow. What is wrong with me? Is that a foot under the doll? Under what doll? No, that looks like just the other leg of this like dress stand. But there has to be, if it wasn't this piece of evidence and it wasn't the pen. So, which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer? If it wasn't the pen, then is it that same photograph? Surely not. Unless, well, no, maybe it is because what's happening over here on this side. It almost looks like the lens is broken. And then this looks like there's reeds on the side, but so it would have to be somebody who knew about the poison, right? I feel like that's a stretch, maybe? I feel like that's a stretch. I think maybe it's... one! It's this one, because the lens is broken, look! Oh, shit. The photographer, he said the photographer managed to catch the... But if you look at the photo, there's a crack on the glass. So the mystery photographer who took the picture for the article is the same. So it's this piece of evidence.
Take that!
What is that? The newspaper again. Raucous England returnees tell all. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side. Ah, yes indeed. They had already caught my eye as it happens.
Ha! What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of a tree or the like.
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you.
Now, if you look closely at this photograph...
Good gracious!
Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too.
Objection!
Haha!
Well, that tells us nothing. Ha! Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree.
There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, Council. What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? Because it's a crack on the lens! It's a crack on the lens! A camera defect.
Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic device?
Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. And that the scratched lens caused unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device.
In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera. But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
That's not true. I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchie, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article.
A newspaper?
That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime.
Ah!
Whoa. Is that... Oh, I figured it would be. I see why you were called a raucous England returnee.
What are you yelling about? You've already testified.
It's Minimimo.
It's Minimimo, I tell you. Minimimo.
Minimimo.
Soseki-san, what was that? Did you say Minimimo?
Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Raiten Minimimo. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. Ah, now that he mentions it. Oh my god, the homeboy that I thought was just a background person is legitimately going to be... I like his, like, sideburns. Could that same reporter be... A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Raiten Minimimo. So you're saying that this picture was taken by Minimimo, yes, my lord, your excellency, Esquire. Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime.
Oh, yes, your excellency. As you say, your excellency.
And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood?
Meh. No.
Wow. Wow. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, to be continued. A brief recess, if you will. I would like to save my progress, please. I actually think it would be a good time for a brief recess for me as well. Take a little potty break and return shortly. Ouchie is gonna get the metaphorical boot to the head. Absolutely. I'm hoping. I'm really hoping he does. All right, before we continue with this, I will take a brief recess myself, and then I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. So you guys just hang tight. Who is the mind of Seimon Tsuchimikado? Tell me the name of the person whose consciousness was directly tied to his. Me! Is it me? Am I the drama? I don't think I'm the drama. And if we follow his gaze, it's like directly at her ass. He is. Actually, he's so tiny.
Titties are really important. Titties make you quiet. Titties make you go.
Miku, that was one hell of a remix. All right, let's do entry 2. We got Bensound on. Hi, buddy. Oh no! Did you see that? He was right there. Oh my god! Did you see that? He was peeking. He was peeking. First, we ball. We got him. Games for love, y'all! Yes! This is so amazing! Oh my god, I love all the emotes in chat! I gotta get up for this! We're standing up! Woo! Oh my god, y'all are awesome! Y'all are the best! Y'all are seriously the best! He deserves a good... What was that? What was that? What was that? Did y'all see that? What was that? What is that? What is happening? What is happening? Oh! Here's that. Here's that, and here's that. Hand over. What a sweet ride! Look at y'all just driving past me! The swag. The absolute swag. That's gonna be a clip. I'm sorry. Just like me doing like normal medieval Renaissance fantasy stuff and then just y'all driving by. Just cruising. Just cruising down the road. I can't. Y'all are crazy. Hiding's all I've ever done. Oh my god. I do believe I just saw your companion move. Oh no! She what? I'm not turning my back. Absolutely not. So he can what? Bash my brains in the minute I have my back to him? Bullshit. Woo!
Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Yoko? Oh god. Oh god. Wait, she doesn't look any different. What'd I fucking say? What did I fucking say? What did I just say? What did I say? It worked, and I was still curious enough to look. I'm so stupid. I fucking said, I called it though. I fell for it. I called it, but I fell for it. Okay. No cursing. No cursing. Oh shit, I wish I... Oh! Okay, starting now. Starting now, no cursing. I'm gonna set... I wish I had a timer. I wish I had a timer. I wanted to do it like a... I forgot what... Alrighty, I am back.
My name is Ria Nosuke.
I'm here. Oh, that was... Oh my gosh, that was actually a clip that I just... on my BRB thing that was from my... the first game. Been lurking, just want to say... Oh, thank you, Carquar! Enjoy your lurk, by the way, but also... I have lots of practice with my southern voice. Midna's also coming back to say another hello. She wanted to say hi to everybody again, and now she's squirming away like she's not going to say hi to everybody. What are you doing? Don't act like I torture you. You're so funny. Mwah. You're so funny. Can't escape my love. You can't escape my love. Not happening. Oh, goodness. I'm knocking stuff down, though. All right, so we're back. We are back in session, if you will. Sorry, I just realized Oh, spam messages. Bleh. Okay, Steve just got to yelling at you about food. That's real. That's what she usually yells at me about, but she has some food, but you would think that I starve her. She just wants to be a brat, huh, Midna? You just have to be a brat. You just have to be a brat. A brat. Ooh, don't scratch. No scratchy, please. All right. Boot to the head. Just some metal showing at the bottom. Yep, that's probably it. Princess. I'm so sorry, Susudo. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray. I'm gonna try to put the autoplay on, and hopefully it doesn't... You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hoped to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susudo? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence, that you'd stand by me to the last. No, ma'am, do not play with that, that's wires. I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susudo. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susudo! I deserve it! No! In fact, throw me to the floor! No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. I'm no better, you know. Oh. Even though in my heart I knew that you pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Should Car know about Boot to the Head? Like previously know about? I don't know, maybe? But any interest in throwing your voice in the ring for that Final Fantasy VIII or Final Fantasy IX voice mod? That would be fun, but I have never played either of those, and I'm still on my Final Fantasy journey. I'm still working on my way. I'm working my way through. I think I'm about close to Final Fantasy 4. I'm almost done with 3. No, you're good. You're good. It sounds awesome, but I would have had. I feel like I would probably not be a good fit since I haven't played those yet. The only ones I've played are 1, 2, Sum of 3, 7 remake, intergrade, and Crisis Core, and 14. Which I haven't even finished 14 either, but 14's an MMO, so that's different. But yeah. I'm behind. I'm very new. I'm still very new. I'm sorry, after I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side. I betrayed your faith in me, too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no.
I think this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray? Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?
Aww.
Oh, Susanoo. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray.
Ship it. I ship it. I ship it.
I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying.
I know it was you who stole the poison.
Well, now whatever do you mean? And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet.
All aboard!
Before collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time. That's right, just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that.
A great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. It will be all right. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said you saw is true.
Spoken like a true Mikatoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it.
Oh, I see. You just read that in the article, homegirl. Keep up.
Yes, without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin.
That also seems like really bad, in general, like, that you can't even detect it.
Chemical reagent. I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case.
Just in case? Oh, so basically there's gonna be something with, traces of the poison on it, and I'm gonna need to- I'm really cold right now. I'm about to grab a- Actually, wait, I have a blanket with me. Let's just go full cozy for this. Let's just go full cozy for this stream. I'm putting the blanket on. I'm so cold. I don't know why I'm like extra cold today. I hope I'm not getting sick or some shit, because my stomach was feeling a little earlier. It's feeling a little bit better now. But man, I better not be coming down with anything.
I tell you what, if I come down with anything.
This is actually really nice. I'm really glad I did this. Reading about time to get... Okay, actually, I have a really funny story that's actually kind of relevant to that, which I know sounds terrible, but I do have I swear. One time I was watching a bunch of different documentary shows, and there's like all the different crimes, forensic files, and what's another one? What's that? Unsolved mysteries, like stuff like that, all the true crime-y kind of stuff. And I was just really particularly tired. I think it had to be a weekend or something, and I was just tired from work that week. And I had like kind of fallen asleep, and then like I kind of dozed in and out, and my partner had come in, and he was like he heard like some of the stuff that he's like, I don't understand how you can sleep with something like this on. And I was like, it's fine. I'm not even really paying attention. Like, it's like probably not even like that crazy. And he's like, I can hear it, like, cause he was there. And then the story that they were talking about, they started talking about how this person found a willing participant that like offered themselves up to be cannibalized. And I was like, wow, okay. Yeah, no, maybe I should turn this off and not fall asleep to this. So yeah, reading about poisoning. Time to get cozy. In Germany, I think maybe. That's the other thing. There's like so many different, oh my gosh, there's like one story that really stuck with me. I think it was Australian, and like she cooked her husband or something and then fed it to his kids. It was really bad. It was really brutal. But yeah, I can't fall asleep to true crime podcasts. I can't do it. Not that I've like really tried, but like I can't do it. It scares me. It actually scares me. I've really ended up with nightmares, like, cause I'd have like autoplay on and I would play like a podcast that's like, you fall asleep to Last Podcast? I feel like I need to give Last Podcast on the Left another shot, because I started listening and then something just like, I don't know, just knocked me off of it, and then I just kind of, it fell to the wayside. So I should give it another shot. I fall asleep to gamer music. Well, there's a really good playlist of just Skyrim music, and it's like Skyrim Sleep List or something. Somebody put this together, and it's gotten so bad that I've actually been using it for like a couple years at this point. It actually Pavloved me into like, whenever I hear Skyrim music now, I get sleepy. Because I told my when I worked at my last job, I told my coworker about it, and we would like just play whatever music we wanted to while we were working during the day. And she's like, oh, that makes me wanna listen to Skyrim music. And she started playing it, and I was like, girl, I'm falling asleep at my desk. I need you to change up the tunes because this is bad. Grown quite a bit over the years, especially as far as research goes. Just got done with a 6-part series of the Manhattan Project. That sounds really interesting. That's the atomic bomb, isn't it? Am I crazy? Or am I... They're doing a full Barbenheimer. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, cool. I have some modicum of knowledge, as Ouchie would put it. I just can't fall asleep to true crime podcasts because it will make me paranoid. There's a podcast called Sleep With Me that's actually also really good. I haven't listened in a little bit, but that's another thing if you need something to sleep. Oh, and Bob Ross. Just listening to Bob Ross. There's like the Twitch channel that does like weekend marathons of just Bob Ross. That's good. That's good. Just weird and morbid. You know what? Maybe if it's kind of like external, you could like argue psychologically it's externalizing it, because it's all the creepy morbid shit on the outside and you're hearing it, so your brain's like, I'm just gonna leave that over there, and so your dreams are fine. Or maybe I'm just reaching. I'm just really stretching that taffy as long as it'll go. What's the matter, Susanoo? You're suddenly very quiet while we were talking about other stuff. It's this newspaper article. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Oh, so cozy. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all the Englishwoman's doing! Amanda, what is it? Why are you yelling at me? She's yelling at me. What? It was when the professor and Soseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. Why are you— what? Can I help you, ma'am? Midna, I'm kind of in the middle of something right now. I'm kind of in the middle of something right now, Miss Ma'am. Miss Ma'am? Can I help you? Really? Okay. Come on. There you go. Wow. You're actually starting to get it. You're starting to get— wow, you're really actually starting to get it. By George, I think she's got it.
That so-called English lady swaned in and without any compunction said to Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guest would love to hear about your work on that substance there."
It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction.
So then, Soseki-san knew about the poison.
Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too.
This Minamemo-san. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there.
I don't know about that. Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there.
Oh?
A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. So Seki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office.
Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police.
Can we... For a second, I really thought they were about to just, like, slip up and be like, and then he posted it to his Facebook. It's like, no, that's not what he did. Are you cozy now, too? Are we, like, really going maximum coziness tonight?
Yes, that must be what happened. What had happened was...
Counsel! We've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed into the courtroom at once.
It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney, Ryotaro Naruhodo?
Yes!
Oh, God, I'm sorry, my nose is itchy.
Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day.
We're going back in. We're going back into the fray. Murmur. I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Bimbami. Prosecutor Auchi, have you summoned the new witness?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh?
What news? And why does he look so happy about it? During the recess with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Josiah Brett's life.
Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course.
I had the reagent delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time.
But judging by the man's...
Oh, sorry, that's still Mikotoba. But judging by the man's swagger, 'cause he's full of swag, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
And, counsel, what were the results? This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade.
Because it was in the pen. Right, Bibba? What? What is it? What are you looking at? You're scaring me! You're like looking back as if somebody's behind me! Hello? I'm not getting like texted, am I? Or something? It's not like an emergency app. Okay. You're freaking me out, Midna.
Are you sure about that? I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
Armed with the reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake.
So no poison on the knife blade.
In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed.
Ah!
Now, the prosecution is ready to call the new witness.
Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well. Officer, bring in the witness. No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case... How could the toxin have entered the victim's body? The pen! It's the pen! It's the pen, Midna. Alright. I have a couple of ideas for a voice for this man. I'll just... whatever speaks to me.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Okay, see, now I have kind of a different idea. Oh, his symbol! The symbol on his band. That's the same symbol on the pen, which means the pen. Oh, Wrighton Menamimo. That's his, RM. He did it. He's the murderer. For some reason. What a weirdo. Why would you murder this? Let's see, Wrighton Menamimo of the Show You News. I'm what people like to call a journo. What's a journo, Father? Do you know? It's simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there when the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're in the print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news. Oh, the nice guy of news? I hate that. I hate that. I hate that so much. The nice guy of news. Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, was it? Well, what have we here? I'm sorry. Oh, brace yourselves, people! Menamimo senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play, defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in a 5-leg format for the morning edition. Huh? I like his theme, actually. Right then, let's start with your name. Oh, it's Ryotaro Naruhodo. Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Ryotaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just borrowed Kazuo-sama's dream for a while.
By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Aochi. That's Takesuchi Aouchi.
Honestly, the question on everyone's minds at every given moment in Ace Attorney is, why is the judge just letting this happen? He should hold some of these people in contempt of court, honestly. Just for, not because they're like insulting the authority per se, but definitely because they're obstructing the justice that's supposed to be happening. Oh, sorry! Not you, Judge. The judge here. Or I guess, what is it, the court magistrate or something? Whatever he's called. You're sleeping on the job is what's happening.
The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart.
You just get 3 casks and a boot to the head. Wait, hold on. I want to make that like a, I kind of want to make that like a sound alert a little bit. Like when, like a boot to the head. And one more for, oh fuck, what was it? One more for the
Pass the whiskey.
One more, and the husband, what is the fucking, I already forgot the line. I literally watched it twice, and I guess I watched one version each, but, oh, are you done? Are you done? And one more for Jenny and the Wimp. Thank you. You are just squirmy. You were fine a minute ago. What are you doing? Being a squirmy worm. You're being a squirmy worm. Okay. Get on. Get on, little doggy.
Actually, little kitty, you're not a doggy. Or a horse. Or a cow. Or whatever. Anyway. Community challenge complete! We gotta do a tier list making stream. Oh, hell yeah. That's gonna be fun. That's gonna be fun! Okay. I'll plan something. It'll be good. No, the readers won't buy that. What? Witness. Oh, it is. He is just called Judge. It's Judge. It's Judge. Yes. What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when I present. Oh my gosh. I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me. Sometimes I have to chase them down. But either way, you gotta be fast. Fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my minimemoism. Minimemoism? Minimemoism. As a judge, surprise our last... Yeah, well... I wish that were the case. Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san. Yes, right. That was me. Minimemo again. But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu news offices after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Brett's words. A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung! This country's judiciary is rotten to the core! Ooh. He's really pissed. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. It's a conspiracy, damn it!
Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play.
Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. No surprise witnesses or damning evidence that the opposing side didn't know about. Well, they kind of love. That's kind of the whole Ace Attorney style, is nothing but surprise. They just keep surprising each other over and over again. In fact, even the witnesses have surprise evidence that neither the prosecutor nor the defense attorney knew about. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here, right here. It goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket? The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I could have her in the press. Have her in the press. I'm trying really hard to speak fast, but I keep tripping over everything. It would, yeah, that's true. But also, I remember trying to talk about Ace Attorney with somebody, and they're just like, "That's not how the law works." I'm like, I know that's not how. They're like, well, even in the Japanese law, I'm like, no, you don't understand. Everybody knows that that's not how the law works. I learned something actually kind of funny about procedure today while I was listening to a true crime podcast, kind of going back to what we were talking about earlier. Apparently in Belgium, if you are held in contempt of court, they kind of have like they have to have like a separate mini trial to basically determine if you are guilty of being in contempt of court. Whereas it's kind of just like the judge is like, you're in contempt of court, and then, punishment ensues. But apparently in Belgium, they have like a separate thing. I thought that was interesting. But that, I kind of, it's the judge's rules. Yeah. I couldn't help but thinking when I learned that I was like, that would make things so much more drawn out and long for no reason. But then again, it's kind of how procedure is. It's just long and boring and a lot of bureaucracy. Why are you yelling at me, Midna? You have food! I can see it from here! Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph. Oh yes, saw with my very own Jono eyes. From start to finish.
through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Your trusty broken camera. Thank you, Minamimo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. The camera never lies. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. That is really weird and shady, and stop peeking in on women while they're changing. Gross. The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journo spirit burst into flames. As quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave in one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. He seems like a douche. I'm gonna be real. Reed screens, you say? Right! You can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Hotting up? Hotting up. That's okay. Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved. Thank you. Did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens. I cannot read today. Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime.
A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose.
Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's Minamimoism in a nutshell. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict.
No. Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful.
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question.
What question?
Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published?
Oh, that's right.
What are you doing, buddy? It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood.
Ha! More pathetic excuses.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency.
There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. Yeah, because he fucking murdered her. Like, he super killed her. He had total motive. Did you see how angry he got? Let's see. What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place? Call it journo instinct. Can you think of a better reason?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman.
Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journo as a voyeur. It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge. Of a changing room, no less. Nope, you got it all wrong, little student boy. Sorry. To my mind, all that was inside that hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender, man or woman. It's all news. That's not even minimalism. It's basic journalism. Non-binary icon. No, I'm just kidding. He's the worst. Don't count him. If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate. Right, so if that's all buttoned up, can we move on? Tell the court then, witness, what sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut. A sight that vindicated my journo instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all as clear as day.
Hold it!
So you actually saw Mimbami-san entering the hut? Yep, and she was raging like my journal spirit. And the argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly? You stole it, I didn't steal it, that kind of thing. Talking about the poison, I suppose. The student girl walked up to the English woman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she'd laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs. The man should have been an author. Oh, that's not his voice at all. They're starting to blend together. The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. But the student's rantings fell on deaf ears. Like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time. Or vice versa. He really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest. Anyway, the point is that woman in the dock was mightily angry.
Then her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me.
Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film. Did you see him raging like he's...
Hold it!
Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? Ha! The precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out. From start to finish.
I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed.
Right you are! It's all here in my memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the English woman... Memo said more than meets the eye, so it reminded me of trans... Found your new favorite sound, just waiting for the right moment. Oh boy. More than meets the eye. Was on this stool at the back of the hut here.
Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that.
She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down. It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. I hate this guy. Ugh. Then the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut arguing furiously. The English woman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. What you describe is a grim scene indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what God, every time that word comes up, my brain is just like, that's a lot of M's. That's a lot of M's. Too bad I'm not reading them. That's what, oh my god, now I'm trying to give him Ouchie's voice. That's what That's what minimalism is. Anonymity. Anonymity. Ow, I'm sorry, wait, was I too loud? I'm so sorry. Oh god, did I do something wrong? Many-memeism. Oh lord. By the way, Minimimo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film? Oh, because of the suspender snaps. Yeah, I don't know why he's doing that. Maybe he's into that. I mean, maybe he's getting some sort of thrill out of it. Journals have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our rise. Oh god, that's French. Raison d'être did. Oh, I don't know how to fucking pronounce that. Let me Google this real quick. Hold on. Hold on. What? I gotta spell it right. Okay, that is a totally anglicized. I got there. It took me a second, but I got there. But it's Raison d'etre. We're just gonna go. Oh, actually, my captions picked that up by saying it raison d'etre. Nope, didn't do it that time. Whatever. The journals have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's all raison d'etre. Nope, don't get it. Well, you wouldn't have known unless you tried, so good on you, Judge. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it? Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor. I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, what are you? I will grant the defense's request. Menamemo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of Oh my god. Nihilism is the foundation of Menememoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. What? Never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with the...
Hold it!
Really, you didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that? Why they censor that snap? I don't know. I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to breaking point already. Oh, I see. You were scared. Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes. It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap the shot. You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera. Menememoism and humanism don't always agree. And most of the time, in those instances, Menememoism comes out on top. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on. That's a horrible way to describe that. Surely he's making all this up. He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating. But it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it? If that's how you feel, I suggest that you trust your instincts and press him on everything he said, which is that what I just did? As you've no doubt seen done many times before you in your role as a judicial assistant. Yes, I have. I've seen witnesses like this pressed often, and I know exactly what to do. Did I miss a statement?
Autobots, transform and...
Wow, that was really long. That was a very dedicated part. That's a good one. I think I didn't... I think maybe I did press them all. I feel like I...
Objection!
Yeah, that's his pin. So if he was never in the hut, how the fuck did his pin get there? In the hut. Cause that don't make no sense. That don't make no sense. Oh my gosh, though. Doing all these voices is actually getting... Whew, okay. Menememoism, until now, I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is... The press doesn't lie. Not even touching that one. Which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Show You News on my arm. In a way, that's more Menememoism. Oh wait, I nailed it. Holy shit, I just nailed it. Sadly though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth.
What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel?
Menememo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen?
This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What are you? If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Ray Mbami.
Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also R.M.?
No!
Write-in Minamimo, R.M. I just realized his name is basically Write-in a Memo. Write-in Minamimo. Write-in. His name is Write-in. Write-in a memo! That's horse dung! Can't you see? One of the central tenets of metamemoism is being a pencil user. And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, there is a very obvious blue ink stain. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dung! Menamemo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Josiah Brett at the beach hut?
Objection! Why do we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse.
Exactly! Show You News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because this pen is more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. And it's the emblem. The emblem on the end. In that case, counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. Of course, Your Excellency. Trails into Reverie is making you facepalm. No spoilies, because I am going to play the Trails series at one point. But I'm glad you got your copy. Is it making you facepalm because it's like hilarious, or is it making you facepalm because it's frustrating? The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is... Right. Yeah. Oh, whoops, I have to present it. An enemy description that's so punny it hurts. I can appreciate that. I can also appreciate the facepalm, but... Alright, present. Got it! As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize. Minamimo-san. Goodness me! It's the emblem of the Show You News. In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Show You News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Minamimo-san, how do you respond? No! Order! Order! Explain yourself, witness. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that weird evil laugh that he's doing. So this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets?
Fake news.
Fake news. Fake news.
6+ mana.
Show You is soy sauce, so he works for the Soy Sauce News. I'd read it. I'd read it. I use nothing but honest tactics. I also like that it's the Show You News, as in like showing you news, because it's showing you the news. Haha. All right then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Show You News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. An interview?
Is there a low sodium news with the green emblems? I hope so.
You never mentioned this before. My shoulder itches.
When exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed up in showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing, and as we minimum say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it, yes, alright, but, on one condition.
Condition?
Probably because it's actually a pen, and he's a weirdo. Or he's just a weirdo. That could just he's just weird. In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsumi's, oh my god! Soseki Natsume-san! Soseki-san? Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own, and brace yourselves. It's not a harmless one. What? He's also really into suspender snapping. Metamemoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. That's awful. Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Soseki-san, hiding something? Oh boy. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why metamemoism demands I reveal it now. You mean to say the victim?
The victim regained consciousness? Oh, well, and when she did, you decided to ask her a question?
That's, true, yes. He did, and that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused.
This is preposterous! Why am I only hearing about this now?
Because, like I said, even the witnesses are pulling out surprise entries of, like, court record stuff that even the prosecution doesn't know about. I love this game. I really do. It's all crazy. The plot is constantly thickening.
Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? It wasn't even a conversation! Yes, I did pose the withering English rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious, even.
Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency. Reporters claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow? What on earth could have happened to that hut?
I know what you did in the hut last summer. But she declined the interview.
You asked her for an interview, you say?
Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year.
About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life.
That's not the way I phrase it. Metamemoism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson? Is how I put it to her.
Yes, that sort of talking is as straight as a ruler.
Ask every question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. And how did Miss Brett answer? With one simple phrase. I plead the fifth. No, I'm just kidding. Mystery is a woman's charm. Mystery is a woman's charm. Ooh, look at that. Only second best suspender snapping. What's the first? Wait, what is the first? Ooh, that told me, so I waltzed right out of there. Oh my god, how could I forget? How could I forget Geiru? Oh my goodness. Wow, am I really an Ace Attorney fan? If I forgot Geiru? Everybody loves Clissy. Everyone loves the Clissy. Oh god, okay. Really, something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together. Leave every room as if you're waltzing in the dance hall, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. Balloon pops. I'm pretty sure that in one of my friends' discords they have Geiru, the spinner snap, as like an animated emote. Alright, let's press him some more.
That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away.
Persistence wins the prize. Any minimist will tell you that. Let them think you left, then just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop.
And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence. Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness.
And now that you found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide.
I'm sure. And please do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say.
Try and stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm gonna tell it. Oh, God! Yeah. Huh. I like how it says surprised and startle, which is exactly what it just did to me.
Hold it!
And Soseki-san remained behind in the hut. That's right, yep. And our other friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging.
What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that taunted me whilst traveling abroad.
Back behind baleful bars. They'll be coming for me, surely. That's all I should think. I felt as though I were grasping at air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat.
Poor Soseki-san, his experiences in London have scarred him deeply.
As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity. The end is coming for me, surely. No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please. And now we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened. A very significant question. What is the question, though?
What question? What exactly did he say?
Well, now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Rider-Man?
Objection! Nuh-uh.
Fuck you mean, nuh-uh? I'm so glad that started trending. So glad. Fuck you mean, nuh-uh?
Out with it, you yokel hack! What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying English woman? Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see.
Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man.
But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air.
Ray.
I ran up to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosanaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin.
But what did you ask her, Soseki-san?
I asked her, who did this to you?
That's a pretty good question. Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't. She said nothing in response. But when in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony.
I will! Oh, excuse me.
She never replied.
Hold it!
So you tried to find out who the culprit was. He who asks the question is a fool for a minute, and he who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever.
However, you indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct?
I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache, because I'm Japanese. Nobody. I think she was fucking dead. I think she was fucking dead. Oh dear, Soseki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems. Haven't read the report on his time in Great Britain. I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. Wow, they just straight up call it that. Okay. Wow, I was afraid they were gonna dance around it. They really just kind of... They said the word. Holy shit. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all. Did she, Mr. Riderman? Well, yes, all right. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. Which was... She lifted a trembling finger and pointed it.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant. Soseki-san, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked, who did this to you? The Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut, because that's where she was stabbed, buddy. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. No. Soseki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony?
But fiddlesticks, I say!
This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. And fiddlesticks is not allowed! Yes, of course, the Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling and she was trembling and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. To somewhere at the back of the hut where nobody was standing at all. You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear? Yes, that's it, unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Objection! Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as the court could see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime.
I am inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No! No! It's getting some crunchy goodness in this story. The headline's right itself. Dashing lawyers hopes dash. 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Susanoo. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learnt thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. Ray gave us her account of how the events unfolded at the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us that what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The precise moment. Please remind me.
The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut listening to what I was saying. And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a peach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to this question.
The pulling apart of the reeds. I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add.
So, the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter.
This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim?
I know how!
Objection!
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being.
Oh, to what end, counsel?
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
Killers! Hello! Oh my goodness! You're not being trolly judged. I just realized that I saw your message. You were playing. Oh, hi, friend. First off, I'm gonna give you a shout out because, of course, I am.
Thank you for rating in.
How was your stream? Did you get lots of good Final Fantasy? Hold on. Let me read I'm gonna read the Roman numerals. XIV, which is 14. Before I make that mistake again. Did you visit your bird friend? Your little bird friend that was in your room, I guess? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know what's happening and I don't want to spoil myself, but also yeah. How'd it go?
An alternative theory, none exists.
He has no friend. He looks like a little friend. He's just watching. He's just sitting on your table.
Objection!
Senor Shoebill? Is that what his name is? Like Senor Sabatender? Is he Senor Shoebill? Slightly info dumping on her for a whole new piece of oh, he's spying. 8-man raid for Shadowbringers and then progress the story of Shadowbringer's relic weapon. Oh boy. Oh, he doesn't have a name. Well, you should name him then. Well, that sounds like fun. I can't wait for the next raid. I think it's gonna be a good time.
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime.
Lucifer. I see.
So like an angel.
A fallen angel, but an angel. See, friendship.
What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all of her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction, fantasy, Final Fantasy. No, I'm just kidding.
Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So young Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency.
You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed? Sort of in like this area?
Take that!
I really hope that this is the music stopped, and that's what makes sense to me.
The true culprit was in this area here.
There, counsel. See, this is making me feel like it's wrong. Oh, see, she's doing the eye thing.
That's right, Your Excellency. I believe the culprit was hiding in the location I've indicated. Okay, see, that's vague, and so I got it wrong. But why? Oh, well, that's rather hard to say. I'm getting a penalty. Clearly this particular theory needs no further consideration, given your wide-eyed look of alarm.
Oh dear, I chose poorly.
I suggest you begin by considering where the victim was in the moments leading up to her death. Okay, so they want me to point at the seat that she was sitting in. Perhaps you'd care to identify a more credible location, Counsel. You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. So we're gonna point to the seat back here.
Take that!
Oh god, is it wrong again? Bruh, come on! Legitimately, what the fuck? Where was the culprit concealed? It had to be concealed in the wall? If I point it like right at the wall, is that... This is a dress form. If you look, it's in this picture. It's like this thing. But you can see that there's like this space in the reeds, and she was sitting on the cushion when she got stabbed. I guess... Yeah, so it's like... And also, I know that the culprit had to be out because I'm definitely thinking it's Photograph Man. And you can see that he pulled the reeds to the side, and he's kind of at an angle. So I was thinking... I'm just like... I'm gonna try, like, the wall here. She's pointing in, like, a different direction, though, but, like... Whatever, I'm just gonna try it. It's still counting it as wrong! This is bullshit. Hold on. You chose poorly, considering where the victim was in the moments leading up to her death. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where it should be that seat. I'm very confused. I'm gonna save. Gosh, I'm starting to get a little sleepy too. I'm sorry, y'all. It just... Maybe? I mean, I was thinking... I was like, I guess it has to be the dress because from the angle, that's kind of where it would be pointing. And so there's that one. But what I was also thinking too is that if you look at the photograph, she clearly was drinking a glass of wine. So maybe she was over by the table? I don't know. You know what? Let's just go with the dress first, and we'll just see what happens.
Take that!
Okay, nope, that's wrong. Okay, the only other thing is, like... This table?
Take that!
Nope. What, like, actually, what the hell? That will do. I am now satisfied that no reasonable doubt remains in this matter. Main character in this game is... No. She is currently posing as a man because women are not allowed in the court. Because historical reasons. The defense has consistently failed to refute adequately the assertions of the prosecution. Therefore, I hereby pronounce the defendant, Ray Mimbami... No! That's not what I wanted at all! Court is adjourned. No! I fucked up. Well, damn. Retry from this scene, please. Yes, I would like for... You're sentenced to death! Where exactly... Oh, Jesus Christ. Is it wanting me to... Where... At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed? This is like I know that the only other place could be outside the wall. That's what I already... Maybe if I have to... maybe I go like really far out.
Take that!
Nope. I want to say that they want me to try to... I'm gonna try the seat one more time. I'm just gonna try it.
Take that!
Oh, emote Phoenix and wherever it appears on the map is the correct... Wait! Oh yeah, with my... That... All the way off to the side like that. Damn it, like what the fuck? Okay, I have one more theory. And... There! No, but I have one more theory. I think what they're wanting me to do is where the victim was when she was stabbed. And they kind of just placed the victim here. It's pointing this way, actually. They placed... When the diagram started, they were placing the victim here and the culprit here. And then he described them as switching. Which isn't what happened, but... I'm gonna hit culprit. And honestly, if it's correct, I'm gonna be upset because that is very unclear.
Take that!
We all agree that that was unclear, right? Like, can we all just come to like you all knew that I knew. We all knew what was happening. We all saw it. We all saw that the culprit was peeking through the reeds, stabbing through the reeds, which would have put him outside of the hut, which meant that this sandy part on the left of the diagram would be the correct answer. We know this, right? I know how this crime went down. This is the first trial. That was very unclear. That was unclear. Yeah, the culprit being the middle of the room. Which is what that makes it look like in the diagram. I know that they're just about to explain it in a way that I can sort of make logical... I'm sorry, I'm covering myself up with the blanket again. I can sort of make logical sense out of. Sort of. But when you point at the diagram, it looks like it's the middle of the fucking room. Which is stupid. Which is stupid. Anyway. The true culprit was in this area here. There, counsel. Wait, it's still wrong? Wait a minute! Hold on. This is still wrong. Where the fuck else would I point? Literally where else? I do not have VODs for the original. I do not have VODs for the original games because I played the originals off stream, and then I started streaming Ace Attorney Investigations 2. So I have that VOD on my YouTube. But I don't have. I also played all of the Ace Attorney games on a DS. This was before the trilogy had actually been re-released on the Switch, so I played everything. Oh, thank you for the follow! I have anonymous follows on, so if you want to lurk, you're super welcome to do that, but I appreciate you being here. If the culprit, there's no way that culprit was hiding in the fucking suitcase. It's like, it's physically impossible for a human person to hide in that suitcase. And I'll show in a minute. I played them all on a DS. That's what I was trying to say. And so I wasn't able to stream with a DS. I played all Apollo Justice, I played Dual Destinies, I played Spirit of Justice, I played everything there. So no, that was a long answer to it. That's a long-winded answer for that question. That was a very simple question, and I of course had to make a very complicated answer. The suitcase, there's literally no way, because the suitcase was open, and it was like a tiny little thing. Kibber-sized. What are they wanting me to say here? Legitimately.
Ah, yes, this must be the victim's blood. Oh dear, blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tap and get it clean.
You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you?
I think this is something else, Father.
Alright, that's really all about the knife. Victim. This doesn't even show me anything, and I can't examine it any further than... At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed? Which I'm interpreting as, where was the killer when they killed? That's what it sounds like to me. Because at the moment the victim was stabbed, meaning the crime was being committed, the stabbing was, it was the stabbing. Where were they standing? They had to have been, because she was sitting on the chair, they had to have been behind her. She was stabbed in the back. I'm going to choose where the victim is standing. And I really don't have... my logic on that is extremely shaky. And it's probably still wrong.
Take that!
Nope. There's no way. No, that's wrong. It's still wrong. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed? They were the coat rack. I'll try the door.
Take that!
Nope, that's wrong. Go above my cam? Okay, I'll try. I just like... I feel stupid. I feel like actually dumb. Maybe I was too close to the wall. So like, way out here, like this area. Like this kind of area over here. Should I go closer to the cam? Or should I go closer to the chat? Should I go way off in the corner over here? Left of the seat, just not near the wall.
Take that!
I'm not blaming chat for the murder. Oh yeah, I played all the Danganronpa games.
Take that!
They want you to be fucking precise. How precise? How precise? I feel like I was doing a pretty damn good job, and now I'm like... Sniper oh, fuck. Pew pew. Like,
take that!
I fucking, oh my god. We all experienced this together. We all did this. We all experienced this together. We all saw. We all saw. I was logicking it out in there. I was right though. I was right. I was on the right track. And it just... That is pretty fucking sniper precise. Because did I not get pretty damn close to that? Twice, I would say. One with the... Exactly. Like a half... Just a little... Like 2 pixels off or something. I love these games, but come the fuck on. That was... I would argue that that was a little bit unfair. At least a little bit. I don't think that counts as a skill issue. I feel like that was a little bit unfair. This is the first case. This is the first case. Damn, I better just brace myself then. No, not that I remember. Not that I remember. I mean, some of them I've seen where it's like, you have to just be in like the right quadrant of the screen. I don't blame you, Judge. Go get you some sleep. Good night. Good night. I'm gonna be going to bed soon, actually, myself, but this was... Damn it. Okay, anyway. Naruhodo-san would never give up. I guess I didn't either, but... And I'm a Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Bisbrett was concealed in this location here. Are you mad, Council? You're suggesting... You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut. Yes. What? Order! 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 But the student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop set. But
I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear to that. Naruhodo is the last name of the actual protagonist. The guy she's actually pretending to be like his cousin. So yeah, that's the name. Wait, why is that? I feel like I'm missing a pun. I knew it had to be like a joke or something, but I'm missing it. I feel stupid.
Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there is no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut.
Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way. Ah! And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed.
You're bluffing. You're bluffing, but...
The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel. It basically means I understand or I see. Ah! That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed outside the hut? Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm gonna present the picture, but I still feel like it's wrong.
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene.
Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. A trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut.
Objection!
Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing. I'm not sure that everyone present would agree.
Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. Counsel, once again, I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where on this photograph is the trace of the stabbing which you claimed it? Well, let me make sure I'm fucking pinpoint accurate on this too. Because what? If I actually hit it on the lower part of this thing, it's not gonna count it, so I have to make sure I'm like dead center, or if I'm like off to the right just slightly, even though it's still, the reticle is still absolutely pointed on the hole in the back wall of this hut. Is it going to not count it? Even though we all know together that that's exactly what I was talking about? I'm bitter now. I'm a little bit embittered. Make sure I'm like...
Take that!
Okay, the music stopped. That's good. Usually. Actually, I can't even really... Because the music stopped and I thought it was... Oh, okay. Look closely just there. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds.
No, it can't. I can't see any such thing.
It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls as you'd expect, however, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. This is extraordinary.
Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut.
Ah! And of everyone present at the scene, there's only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Right in minimum, son. Right in minimum, son. It could only have been you.
No!
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not.
We're not?
If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable.
A stool.
Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool. My word. So, in fact, the victim was killed while sitting on that stool. by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively, but then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant, Membami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. I don't think we're ready to see his breakdown just yet. By your silence, Minamemo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge.
This is absurd!
That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime. This feels like it's a little too easy. Thank goodness. I finally made him cave. I must say, I've never been more proud.
No, this can't be. The Ouchie clan can't. What of my growth of hope?
Please stop talking about your growth, sir. This is a court of law.
It wasn't at all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't.
I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. Here's comes some bullshit.
No.
Here comes some bullshit. Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals. But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut through the reed screen walls. And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So, the argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed? Doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, she was poisoned. The trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. The poison! The poison for Cusco! Cusco's poison! What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. What? Enough obscurity. I like this judge. Especially because he's like one of the only ones that's just like, oh my god, can y'all stop playing like the fucking pronoun game or like the vague interpretation or the cliffhanger game or just stop. Just fucking say what you mean. Just spit it out. He's the only one in the series I've like really seen do that. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course.
The poison?
Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And if it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett, is that right? Oh, it's been shown that the poison was, yeah, we did establish that. That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in the body before she was stabbed. Okay, but let's just say that you're right. Let's just say that she straight up died because of the poison, and you still stabbed her. Like assault? Someone still stabbed her. Assault or desecration of a body. The poison probably got in her body because of the pin. I think the pin is what happened because the poison. The theory was initially that it was the blade was laced with it. I think it's the pin, because that they mentioned that the pin had a little. It was out of ink, but it had a vial because it was a fountain pen. It had a vial for. Yeah.
I mean, this is a last-ditch effort for him to, like, kind of skirt by, but, like, it's really stupid and weak because, as we said, somebody still stabbed her. Which looks good at no point in time. Stabbed her. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood. Okay, but still stabbed.
Ah, how refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom and who's back and with whose blood.
It still definitely matters, actually, quite a bit.
Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
I'm not on board with that, but okay. Objection. Whatever. Willing suspension of disbelief, I guess.
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already... Haha, forgotten already, have we, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory... I almost said laboratory. Like fucking Dexter's laboratory. The laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever.
I mean, it would be a separate case if we were, like, really gonna hammer home the, like, technicality, but it's just, like, I don't know, it's, like, presented as just, like, oh yeah, who gives a fuck about the stabbing? Who poisoned her? It's, like, we should still probably discuss the fact that somebody had a knife and then thrust it into somebody's body. At the very least, attempting. What are you trying to accomplish with that? Attempting a murder. Anyway. So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense of this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Also perjury. Also perjury. Is that about right? He did lie in his sworn testimony. Order! 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 But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body, the pen? There is an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. Nope. You mean she drank it? Have another look at the photograph here, as you can see. A bottle of carbonated water and a glass of carbonated water. We all know that that's wide, right? Carbonated water is not that color. A bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison could have been slipped into either. So somebody made Miss Brett drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already.
Hold it!
Established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you. Me? What on earth does he mean? Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journo and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because that's minimism. And that's also probably where I'm going to stop for the night. For a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us? We'll have to find out next time, because I'm getting sleepy, and I need rest. And also probably some food, because I Ooh, it's late. I'm still hungry though. All right. I'm going to quickly save our progress so we don't lose our place. The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. And I'm gonna go, you know what? I think I'll just, no. Oh, nope. Go back. Go back. To the title! I'll save one more time just because I'm scared it will not save. Sorry to end on such a cliffhanger, but... Oh, the stab definitely wouldn't be instantly fatal, but at the very least... Would it, either, which means if it was tainted, the poison could... That's, yeah. Yeah. They really... But the thing is, we proved that the blade wasn't tainted. It wasn't tainted. It wasn't laced with the, It didn't have any poison on it. We proved that with the, reagent thing. Or at least the police proved that with the reagent that was provided by... Yeah. We're solving crimes. And I'm gonna pick this back up on another night. But thank you guys for hanging out with me. And I hope you guys had a good Friday. And thank you guys for letting me play a game that I love. Ace Attorney. I'm glad to be dipping my toes back into the visual novel stuff. I feel like I've been on a journey and I've kind of... Anyway, I would like to raid somebody else who might be live right meow. Let's see who's live. What's everybody doing? What's everybody doing tonight? Boop-a-doo-boop-boop. Let's see. You know what? Let's go see B again. B's playing retro, which I think might mean Final Fantasy VII. Speaking of Final Fantasy. Let's raid B, because B is great. I mean, it's kind of a visual novel. It's like a lot of reading, and it just has a little bit more gameplay than the straight up and down visual novel. I consider it a visual novel. All right, let's see. I'm gonna boop. Get all this. Boop-a-doop-boop-boop-a-doop. Death End Request. I don't think I've heard of that one. Inspired by visual novels, definitely. Alright, guys. I will see you on the other side, and I will do all the things I normally do. I'm just really sleepy. I'm so sorry. Catch y'all next week. That one. Dark game? Well, I like dark games. 99, everybody.